Hello, everyone, and welcome to September. And you know what that means? The Phoenix Wright bi-monthly marathon continues with the fifth game in the series, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. And I'm going to be playing the 3DS version. It's also available on Steam, the Nintendo Switch, the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney trilogy. You can play like that. But as you can see, I'm playing the 3DS version, and it's also available on Android and iOS. So if you want to play those versions, it's your choice. All right, so finally here at the fifth game. Oh wow, this marathon is almost complete. Keep in mind that I am playing the mainline series of Ace Attorney. As for the spin-offs, I'll get to them not via a marathon, but as its own separate let's play. So that way I don't have to worry about like getting everything ready before the next month comes in. All right. So, anyways, let's get started with episode 1.
These are dark times, where the law has been reduced to rubble, and it's up to us to restore it to its former glory. Yeah, I know what you mean. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Don't you worry. I've got a trusty new partner on board.
You bet! Let's do this!
She's been with us for half a year, though I can hardly believe it. Anyway, her power will be our greatest weapon.
Are you all right, miss?
Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end.
Episode 1, Turnabout Countdown. The best thing about bombs is how they erase and destroy without discretion. Now all I have to do is pin everything on that little girl. Alright. So yeah, 6 months have passed since the events of Apollo Justice. At least that's what I think. So, we now welcome a new defense attorney, Athena Cykes. Yeah, I know. I probably should have just waited until she introduces herself, in the story. Well, via the dialogue scene. So I apologize there if it's basically a spoiler warning there. Alright, so we are back at the good old defendant lobby, and thankfully now it's different. For the past 4 games, we've been seeing the same background for the defendant lobby, and now it's completely different. Thank you. That's all I was asking. Alright, so here we go. Nope. Not feeling nervous at all. It's amazing what a girl can get used to. Even a tense atmosphere like this is no biggie. No diggity, no doubt. You doing okay, Athena? Oh, Apollo. Yeah, doing great. Like, I'm a little too great. Oh yeah? Well, that's good to hear. Although, I could have sworn I heard your voice crack for a second there. I'm that transparent, huh? Cracking? No, my voice isn't cracking. Nerves of steel here, I tell you. This is Apollo Justice. He's a fellow lawyer at the office I work for. Apollo is of a lead for the defense on this case. But I'm going to be there at the bench with him, doing what I can to help out. I'll do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Speaking of steel, how are you holding up? That explosion really did a number on you. I'm just happy that you're okay, Athena. Although, I can't pretend I have no connection to this case. That's why I'm gonna see it that's why I'm gonna see to it that Juniper's name is cleared. And I'm sure you feel much the same way. You got that right. I won't rest until Junie is completely cleared of all suspicion. Apollo? Dina? Thank you for doing this for me. Junie! Yeah, keep in mind that there will be a bit of voice acting, effects, like coughing and all that. If you recall, back in Trials and Tribulations, when we first met young Phoenix, right? The sneezing and sneezing. Though I'm not sure why they could have added like voice effects. I mean, like voice acting with Dendo's, saying cough, achoo, and all that. Instead, they use like the punching sound effects that you hear that you've heard throughout all 4 games. But nowadays, we're now for the 5th game in the series. Whenever you hear someone cough, there's no sound effects. It's actually a voice actor or voice actress doing the coughing and the sneezing, that kind of thing. Alright. Hey, are you okay? Sorry about that. I always seem to go into coughing fits whenever I get nervous. This kind of thing never happens. At home, in the forest, though. Also, keep in mind, I am using an emulator known as Citra, which sadly there's no more updates. I know there are other update. I mean there are other people that are doing like updates to it in their own way. Keep in mind that there will be a bit of graphical glitches. I'm not really sure. But yeah, just a quick warning in advance that like there will be some a bit of graphical glitches or audio sound issues as well. Because keep in mind, this game does rank as it's okay, meaning it's like in a light green. But however, in Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, it's perfectly playable. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. Anyways, let's continue on. This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear childhood friend, and she's also our client for this case. The news keeps repeating that Junie is the alleged bomber, but that's ridiculous. There's no way Junie would do anything like that. I brought you a little snack, Dina. Just a little something from my garden. Hey, thanks. So, is this an orange or a tangerine? I think that is an orange because tangerines are a bit smaller, I think. It's an orange. My grandma says that orange is the color of strength and endurance. And very, very tasty. Oh, I get it. Strength for the trial, right? Junie, you're always so good to me. Jeez, look at me. Standing here, clutching an orange to my chest with tears in my eyes. Well, don't you worry. We'll be so powerful in there, they won't know what hit them. Right, Apollo? Yeah, that's right. Come what may, this is one trial we can't just lose. That must have hurt. Apollo! Apollo! Blood is seeping through those through his bandages. One of his wounds must have reopened. Yeah, we hear more about what actually happened later on in this trial. All this time, he was trying to put on a brave face, but he was really overdoing it. Mr. Justice! Huh? The trial is about to start, sir. Please proceed to the courtroom. What? Now? But Apollo's in no state to defend. I have to defend Juniper. What are we going to do? The trial is about to start, with or without us. There's only one other option I can think of at a time like this. But even if I called him now, he'd never get here in time. No, wait. There's something else I can do. Apollo, give me all the evidence for the case. Huh? What are you gonna do? Bailiff? Yes, miss? The defense would like to submit a substitution for attorney petition. Dina! You're not seriously... You, you just concentrate on getting better. I'll defend Junie. All by yourself? Athena, stop for a second and think about what you're saying. You've never once taken a case on alone before, right? No hay problema. I can handle it, I think. But I guess it's really up to you, Junie. I think I missed some parts, but thankfully we have this. Thankfully I have this. Yes, and this has finally introduced the backlog. Should there be some dialogue that you might have skipped over by accident, which does tend to happen throughout every single throughout this whole time I've been doing this marathon here. There will be some dialogue that I may forgot to read, but thankfully, due to a certain button, I can now go into the backlog, and it gives me any dialogue that I may have missed. So basically, Athena was saying, but I guess it's really up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with me taking over? Anyways, sure. I believe in you, Dina, and that's enough for me. You're worried for me, aren't you? To be honest, I'm pretty nervous too. I think my heart might just burst out of my chest. But you're in no shape to stand at the bench now, so you'll just have to leave it to me. All right, I can see your mind's made up anyway. I hate that I can't be there, but I know you'll give it your utmost to defend Juniper. You bet I will. Rest assured of that. My name is Athena Cykes. I'm still just a newbie, but I'm a lawyer. This is only the second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. More on that as we progress through the story. It'll be the first time I stand up there alone, though. But I have to do this, and I'm definitely not about to let anything bad happen to Junie. Alright, here we go. Let's go to court. It's a court time. Let me drink some water. Oh yeah, this here is for the backlog, and this button here is for when I need to save the game, you know. Kind of like save stating, you know. But yeah, here's everything we need, just as an in case if we just in case if I do forget some dialogue that I may have forgot to read. That's why the backlog here is available. Thank you, and it will be a staple throughout all other games, even well, not I'm not sure about the Miles Edgeworth games, but I know that this game, along with Spirit of Justice and the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, that'll have the backlog, but I'm not sure about the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton will have the backlog too. I'm not sure about that one. Alright, anyways, let's go back. Let's start the trial. Day 1. Court is now in session. All rise. Anyways, court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is also ready, Your Honor. Uh-huh. And what is the meaning of this? I was under the impression that Mr. Red Monkey would be my opponent today. Yes, well, substitution of attorney petition was submitted just a few moments ago. Due to the explosion in the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice is unable to continue. I see. Not all that surprised. He used that as an excuse to run away. With me as an adversary, who wouldn't want to feign illness in order to escape? This guy is a total jerk. And spoiler warning, this isn't Winston Payne. More on that later. What? The nerve of that guy! I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Well, I would if I wasn't so nervous. This arrogant jerk. Sorry. So yeah, this is the widget talking. The thing in her, her necklace. You arrogant jerk. No, widget. Is my hearing getting worse? I could have sworn I heard the defense say something just now. No. I didn't hear anything at all, especially not from me. How odd. I could have sworn I also heard something. Oh, that would be my indispensable partner, Widget. He sometimes blurts out what I'm thinking. Well then, if that's the case, then it's a clear contradiction to what you just stated. A contradiction? You just stated that you said nothing. However, if that device of yours says what you're thinking, then you indeed said I was. What was it? Elegance at work? Actually, it was arrogant jerk. At any rate, what does it matter if it's a red monkey or a yellow monkey facing me? What is it with this guy and monkeys? Well, truth be told, look at the half of your face. What does that remind you of, anyway? No, fresh out of law school rookie can defend this witness. Mr. Payne, I believe that's enough. Let us get back to the case. Of course, Your Honor. I'm more than ready to show this little girl why they call me the rookie humiliator. I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk. Arrogant jerk! Miss Cykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court. I'm very sorry. It was just a knee-jerk reaction. Now then, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, if you please. Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, the incident occurred yesterday here at this very courthouse in court number 4. At that time, the trial for a certain bombing was being held in court number 4. Ah, yes, I was presiding over that trial as well. And Mr. Justice was there as the lawyer for the defense. A bomb that was being presented as evidence suddenly went off during the trial. It was a terrible It was a terrible accident. I'll just call it incident, and courtroom number 4 was completely destroyed. Fortunately, we were able to start evacuation procedures before the explosion occurred. Just a few seconds more, and it would have turned into a horrific loss of human life. But there was, in fact, one death, was there not? That is correct, Your Honor. When courtroom 4 was examined after the blast, the body of a detective Candace Arm was discovered. She was to take the stand as a witness later in the trial. I suppose she wasn't able to evacuate in time. What a terrible tragedy. I must admit, I stumbled at least 10 times myself before I was able to escape. Maybe the court should see to getting you even shorter robes. Yeah, what is it with Judge in wearing such long robes? I mean, at least the rope should be short enough for them to at least move. Not only that, run should any possible incident occurs. You never know, I mean. Anyways, the victim's body was found near the entrance to the courtroom. I suspect she stayed until the very end to help guide the others out safely. Your Honor, allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and details about the bomb. Alright, so we get our first piece of evidence, Candace Arms' autopsy report. So let's switch here. Sorry about that. You will hear some lag, so I apologize there. Alright, so Arms autopsy report. Cause of death: trauma to back of head caused by impact with a flat object. Time of death between 8 and 11 a.m. And I see there's some details here right here, so let's see. Okay, maybe not. Alright, so our next piece of evidence is the stuffed animal bomb. The time bomb that destroyed the courtroom. It was hidden inside a stuffed animal when it was detonated. Alright, so let's switch screens here. Alright, let's continue on. Okay, I know how this works. All evidence for the trial is filed in the court record. When I check, when I want to check something out, I just touch the court record button, or in this case the R button, just as in case. I better take a peek later. Oh wow, my volume is not high, but like it's way too low. Because one, I like the music. And there we go. Alright. Now then, please call the accused to the witness stand. Alright, here we go. Defendant, are you feeling alright? You're looking a bit pale. I'm so sorry. I was feeling a bit weak when I first arrived here at the courthouse. For the record, that she's packing an oxygen tank on her hat. No, I forget where. More on that later. But I'm all right. Junie's really giving it her all. I better make sure I do the same. If we could please proceed. Your name and occupation, defendant. Juniper Woods. I'm a high school student. Miss Woods, can you confirm you were in the courthouse on the day in question? Yes, I came to know Apollo Justice through my friend Tina. And so, I was there yesterday to watch his trial and lend my support. Something's wrong. Junie's really scared. Did you know I'm also known as the defendant humiliator? It looks like I have yet another chance to show everyone how I earned that moniker. Does his arrogance know no bounds? I have to protect Junie no matter what. Hey, you arrogant Prosecutor Payne. What is it? Do you want me to demonstrate why I'm known as the rookie humiliator instead? Deep breaths, Athena. Don't let him get to you. Prosecutor Payne, Junie is telling the truth. Mr. Justice also backed up her claim when we saw him in the defendant lobby. And Junie, he said that he was glad to get the lotus root you gave him too. He was? My grandma says that lotus root is good for your eyes. She says they can even help you see into the future. They can? Then that's the perfect present for a lawyer. And if that's true, I guess he must not have eaten them. A sweet meek girl like this, blowing a courtroom to bits? I must say it's very hard to believe. Now then, Your Honor, don't let her seemingly innocent appearance fool you. The defendant had a motive for committing this crime. That's not true. I don't have any kind of motive. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and defendant. However, that doesn't matter. The only thing that does is that her objective was the destruction of Court 4 itself. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Why in the world would Miss Woods want to do that? That's a very good question, coming from a novice such as yourself. But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges? What? Well, why? Why, yes. Yes, I have. And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system?
Objection!
Now, just wait 1 minute. If that kind of thing was a motive for blowing things up, then every one of our clients would turn into bombers. That's a valid point. We wouldn't have a single courthouse left standing in the land. I concede the accused isn't the only one who might bear resentment against the courts. But Miss Woods is the only person who could have committed this crime. Why? Because we have found some decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt. Decisive? Huh? I'll believe it when I see it. It involves a very unique aspect of the bomb itself, Your Honor. And what exactly was so unique about it? Why don't we have Miss Cykes answer that question? Huh? Me? I noticed that you appear to be very nervous. And, well, a gentleman that I am, I'd like to offer you the chance to gain some confidence with such an easy question. Could he be any more condescending? Really? What a thoroughly unpleasant man. L for loser. What did you just say? Oh, I can say it, Mr. Payne. You're a loser. Nothing. Not a single thing. Now, let's see. Well, what was I supposed to do at a time like this? Oh, I know. The court record. The info I need is somewhere in the court record. Alright, Miss Cykes. Let's hear your answer. What was unique about the bomb that blew up the courtroom? What it was... sorry. Was it because it was... You're not gonna believe this, but... It's inside a stuffed animal. Mr. Payne, what kind of simpleton do you take me for? It was stuffed inside a stuffed animal. Its evil intentions covered up by a cute exterior. Very good. Have a cookie. The bomb that went off in the courtroom was indeed hidden inside a stuffed animal. There. How do you like that? Not bad, huh? I am fine. Just like I said from the start. I can do this. Yes, as I recall, the bomb was stuffed inside a stuffed animal the whole time. Wow, stuffed. Yeah, that's basically the whole theme for this episode. Stuffed animals, or basically the word stuffed. I never even got to take a look at it. But what connection does this impish elephant have with the defendant? The answer to that question lies in another piece of evidence which I have here. And what, pray tell, is this? It appears to be a little singed. It's a tale, Your Honor. The tale of a poor victim of the explosion. This is incredible. Are you saying it's a Detective Arm's tale? Your Honor is so very close, but no, it belongs to this stuffed animal. It's called a phony fanty. A rather unpleasant name, if you ask me. He's the mascot for a campaign to eliminate false evidence and false charges, is he not? Exactly. His motto is phony evidence is just trunked up. That's so wrong on so many levels. The phony fanty's tale is... Oops, I skipped it, sorry. Let's go back. The phony's tale is made of vinyl cloth. And we found something very interesting on its surface. The defendant's fingerprints. What? You know what? I'm just gonna call it the faux fanny. The phony fanty provided the prosecution with all the evidence we needed. It clearly proves that the accused handled the bomb. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would Joni's fingerprints be on it? Hold on 1 second, please. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, there we go. Just making sure. That does appear to be pretty irrefutable evidence. The court accepts it into evidence. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence, the phony Fanny tail. Alright, so let's switch screens here. A piece of the stuffed animal that the bomb was inserted into. The defendant's fingerprints were found on it. Alright. Miss Woods, do you have an explanation for this? I don't understand. How about you, Miss Cykes? Do you have any plausible explanation to refute this decisive piece of evidence? Well, I can't do it. I can't think of a single thing. But I better come up with something for Junie's sake. If you can't produce an answer, we could always go straight to the ruling if you prefer. No, I have to say something fast. Oh no, I can't get my voice to work. Why now of all times? I thought I overcame this already. Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court. Alright, here we go. Because I think there's gonna be a cutscene here, so.
As you can see, there is no room for debate.
Objection!
Why, it's you.
Sorry, it took me so long to get here, Athena. Oops. There we go. That's how it's supposed to be. Apollo explained the whole thing to me over the phone. He asked me to come help you out in his place. Thanks for coming. I hate to admit it, but I was having a real tough time on my own. Oh, I don't know. I think you were doing just fine, all things considered. And you hung in there, giving me enough time to get here. Now, let's turn things around. You got it, boss. Ho ho ho! Look who showed up out of the blue. If it isn't Mr. Phoenix Wright, you always manage to surprise me. Your Honor, Mr. Payne has called for an early ruling, but I believe there are still many things that need to be deliberated. How did Miss Woods' fingerprints wind up on the stuffed animal tail? How was the bomb even detonated? Until these questions are answered, I assert it is impossible for a fair ruling to be made. You are absolutely right. Let us continue from where we left off. I assume you have no objections, Mr. Payne. None at all, Your Honor. This was really looks like she's having a hard time. Junie's really struggling, Mr. Wright. I guess she's afraid of the courtroom itself because of yesterday. Yeah, and it was under understandably very traumatic of her. Poor thing. And here she is, back at the courthouse again, being so brave. I'd like to make a request, Your Honor. If at all possible, I'd like to have Miss Woods rest in the lobby. Given the defendant's condition, very well, I grant special permission. You go get some rest, Junie, and leave the rest to us. Okay, thank you. Sorry about this. Phoenix Wright. I've been looking forward to meeting you. It's been a while, Mr. Payne. You're more clueless than I'd heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I am the younger brother of your long-standing rival, Winston Payne. What? Long-standing rival? When were we ever rivals, let alone long-standing? So yeah, plot twist. As I mentioned, this isn't the Mr. Payne that we know. In actuality, this is Winston's younger brother, Gaspin Payne. Yeah. As for where Winston Payne is, well, for the next case and beyond, it's a blind playthrough because I have no idea. I have played dual or DD here, but the thing is only up to I only played the first case, so keep that in mind. Because after this case and beyond, it's a blind playthrough, so I won't know what has happened since then. But yeah, Winston Payne is nowhere to be seen. Why? I guess we'll have to progress through the story and find out, or maybe there is no story to begin with. But let's continue on. You'll see, Mr. Wright. I will cleanse Winston of the disgrace he met with at your hands. Looks like this royal pain is going to be as thoroughly unpleasant as the other. Your Honor, the prosecution would now like to call a decisive witness to the stand. This witness will testify as how the accused detonated the bomb in the courtroom. Very well. Please call your witness, Mr. Payne. Yeah, this is going to be a real pain because keep in mind he does have a voice as you saw in the opening, but here he uses his portable computer to basically do all of the talking. So I will do my best to switch between what's his actual voice and the voice of that computer. Oh boy. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Witness, name Ted, Nate, occupation bomb disposal specialist. Oh my, what a strange robotic voice you have. Speech sentences via typing. It is the same as me talking. He sounds exactly like a robot. Can't you speak in a normal manner? I can. He can? But I do not like to speak. Speaking is inefficient. Energy expenditure, speaking, typing, understand? What an odd witness. Mr. Nate. Oh yeah, by the way, the witness's name is Ted Nate. Did you get that little pun? Anyways, Mr. Tanink was in charge of the bomb for that trial and was there when it went off. Being a bomb squad specialist, do you have any relation to the defendant? Negative. I first met the girl while on this job. Many people are employed by the police. I know only a fraction of them. However, I was shocked when I first discovered the body of the victim. Shocked? I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body. So he was the first to discover the body, was he? He is here to testify about the circumstances surrounding the moment of the explosion. Very well. The court will hear Mr. Tanate's testimony, but at the very least, show this court some respect and remove that face guard witness. Alright, here we go. Witness's testimony numero uno. Oh boy. Alright. When the bomb went off. Here we go. The bomb was originally disarmed by me, then transported here as evidence. Bomb name HH3000, operated by timer or with a remote. I was watching from the gallery when I suddenly became alarmed. I saw that bomb's timer was counting down. Oh, yeah. So even though the bomb was supposed to be disarmed, it somehow got switched on. Precisely. Activating the timer is very simple. Number 1, connect wires. Number 2, switch on timer. A monkey could do it. I am sure even you would be able to, Mr. Wright. I guess this makes you the blue monkey in this barrel of fun, boss. I'd like to begin my cross-examination, huh? Oh, I forgot to mention. Phoenix Wright for this game and beyond. This game and Spirit of Justice. He's now voiced by Sam Riegel. If you don't know who he is, he's a voice actor who's voiced a lot of anime characters. Like he was the first Tristan Taylor for only a few episodes until he got replaced for some odd reason. And he played and he also voiced the Donatello in the 2003 TMNT cartoon series, and also Masao Inaba for the Persona 1 remake on the PSP. And I think that's all I can think of right now. If there are any other characters that he voiced, please post it in the comments. Thank you very much. Alright, so where was I? Huh? Mr. Tanate, what is that? HH-3000, aka a bomb. A bomb? Quick, Google it. Yeah! Mr. Tanate, I demand that you disarm it this instant. Disassembly complete. 5.3 seconds, 0.2 seconds short of my personal best. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? I'm not exactly a spring chicken, you know. This is an exact replica of the HH-3000. I guess I'll leave that dash part. It is used to practice disarming bombs. Disarm equal success. Explosion equal failure. An exact replica of the bomb that exploded, is it? So that's what it looked like. you already see that in the opening? I could have sworn he did. Anyways, I submitted a photograph of the real bomb, taken just before of a trial. The mentions 10 inches height and 10 inches width and 10 inches in the diameter. Weight 12 pounds. I think I said it right. Inches. I think it was in inches. A perfect replication. Your bomb does appear to be a very good copy indeed. Yes, however, I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. It has a very puzzling wiring setup. It is regrettably I could not replicate it. Witness, that's enough. There's no need to replicate anything here. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence. The HH-3000 bomb. Well, and updated on the thing. It was hidden inside a stuffed animal and cannot be... and it can be... Sorry, it can't be. It can be detonated remotely. And now, if the defense would begin their cross-examination... Where has Miss Cykes gone to? Athena, you can come out now. Okay, Mr. Wright, let's get to work. I guess you were pretty scared, huh? What? I don't know what you're talking about. She was about to bolt. Hey, put a sock in it, widget. As transparent as ever. Now, let's see. Where were we? We were at the cross-examination. Oh, cross-examination, of course. She seems disoriented. I wonder if she's alright. Maybe I should ask Athena if she remembers how to cross-examination. I mean, know how to cross-exam. To help her focus. Normally this is your tutorial on how to cross-examine, how to do the cross-examination. If you want to do it, by all means, like if you're new to the series, by all means, go ahead, learn how to learn how to do the cross-examination. That's all you. Me, I am a vet at this, or veteran at this, so nah, she'll be fine. Nah, no need for that right now. She'll be fine. I'll do everything I can to help. If you can't find any contradictions, and you flub up too often, don't be afraid to ask me for help. Alright, so, a new mechanic has been introduced for this series. Consult. Basically, if there's a problem, like if you don't have any idea on where to press, or or if you need a hint on what evidence to present, at least I think, I've never had any reason to consult. But anyways, press X to consult with me when the consult panel appears. I'll let you know where I think the suspicious statement is. Sounds good. I'll be counting on you if I get in a bind. All right, it's cross-examination time. Here we go. Whew. All right. Whew. Yeah, so sorry about that. I needed a little drink of water, but I don't know if for some reason the lid, because I like when it comes to like bottled waters, I sometimes I close it like way too much, and I'm unable to open it very easily. Okay, here we go. Alright, so... let's see. So I'm gonna go for the fourth statement here. And, oh yeah, and by the way, they finally they added the dots to show how many statements are there within the testimony. Finally, they added it, which makes it so much easier to, you know, it makes it so much easier to know which statement am I supposed to press, or the statement in which I'm supposed to present evidence. So finally, thank you. It was the one thing I was waiting for. So I'm gonna head towards the fourth statement here. I saw the bomb's timer. I saw that the bomb's timer was counting down. But the thing is, how? How was the timer? How did he see the timer if the bomb was hidden inside that stuffed animal? How could he have known about that? And I don't think I can mouth the word objection, can I? Objection. Hold on, let me see. Objection. Nope, never mind. I guess I haven't set the proper mic options, so... You know what? I'll be right back. Cut. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so... I set it to where I can use the microphone. I just hope this works. Alright, here we go. Objection. Objection. Objection.
Objection!
There it goes. I guess I have to be very, very loud on that. And I think it's going to be a bit difficult when we get to the... how should I put this? The... fingerprint scene. So it's going to be difficult. But I'll give it a shot on that. So hopefully I don't like get all lightheaded when we get to that segment. Ugh, I hope I don't feel lightheaded. Anyways, so you say you saw the bomb's countdown. Is that right? Of course, I clearly saw it counting down to 0. And I say that you are clearly lying. What are you talking about? There is no way you could have seen the bomb's timer. After all, the bomb was concealed inside a stuffed animal. Mr. Tenate, how can you claim to know the bomb was about to go off when you couldn't even see the timer? But this is, yeah, I'm not gonna read all that gibberish. What? No! That does seem like a glaring inconsistency, indeed. Witness, how do you explain this? Well, Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You found a contradiction right off the bat. Always... Oh, sorry, that was Venus. I keep forgetting. Always... Remember, Athena. When you find inconsistency in a witness's testimony, there's always a reason behind it. It could be a lie, a hidden meaning, a secret. Whatever it is, it's up to us to dig it out. And pointing out every contradiction we find is the best way to do it, right, boss? Now the question is, what can we dig out of Mr. Tenate? Well, let me see. No. There must be some mistake. Oh, yes, of course. I remember now. The sound. I knew because of the sound. Sound? What sound? When the timer of this bomb, when the timer of this type of bomb is switched on, it beeps softly. Beep, beep, beep. It is the sound of the bomb counting down. A beeping noise, you say? I suppose it would be possible to notice that, even with the bomb inside of the stuffed animal. I simply made a mistake. My bad. How in the world did you hear such a tiny little sound all the way from the gallery? Listening for the sound of a bomb's timer is an integral part of my work. I constantly undergo training so that I will never miss it. I hardly think training would help you hear something so soft from so far away. What now? Are you making light of the fine science of disarming bombs? It is a solemn mission that I put my life on the line to perform. What kind of specialist I would be if I could not hear a bomb's timer? It's not like disassembling a toaster, you know. Now he's just showing off. You keep asserting that the sound was too tiny to hear, but the only thing here, tiny thing here, is your skill as a lawyer. Being suspicious is not an attractive quality, you know. And you're just overflowing with attractive qualities, are you? Or perhaps you have some proof that Mr. Nate did not hear the sound. Well, no, but it still seems totally suspect. But it's going to be really hard to prove that he didn't hear something. If I have this correct, the prosecution's argument is that someone reactivated the bomb before it was brought into the courtroom. What I don't understand, Mr. Payne, is why you believe that person to be Miss Woods. That's simple, Your Honor. Mr. Nate happened to be there when it happened. He was there when the defendant rearmed the bomb. What's this now? It happened before the trial started. It was when a Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. We brought the bomb to the lobby for the defense. Bomb equal evidence. The lawyer wanted to see it before the start of the trial. Looking for a chance to get at the bomb, Miss Woods was already there in that lobby. Her goal was surely to rearm the bomb and steal the remote switch. The remote switch? Yes, the switch that controls the bomb remotely. Duh. It has been missing ever since the incident. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence. The missing remote switch. Let's switch screens here. A switch that starts the time bomb's countdown. It was stolen just before the blast and is now missing. Alright, there we go. Yeah, as I said, keep in mind, whenever I switch screens, like, there will be, like a little, like, some frame rate issue. But just for, like, a split second at least. I am partially to blame. I left the bomb and remote on top of the transport case, and they were rearmed and stolen while I was talking with the lawyer. The defendant then used the remote from inside the courtroom to start a timer. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that this game now runs at a cool 60 frames per second. Just awesome. How can you assert so unequivocally that the bomb was rearmed in the lobby? The bomb was safely secured in the transport case. The only time it was outside the case was in that lobby. Therefore, that was the one and only opportunity anyone had to meddle with it. Someone other than Mr. To Nate could have opened the case and then to taken the bomb out. Impossible. The transport case is assigned exclusively to me. Do you see this number here? That is my identification number. And I have the only key that can open the case. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence. The bomb transport case. Let's have a look. The case to Nate and Detective Arm transported the bomb in to Nate has the key. Alright, switch back. So yeah, I have to keep in mind to switch screens. Well, switch between screens, I push F9. And to change this into full screen, I have to press F10. So that's how well, actually that is the default hotkeys for Citra. Nevertheless, Mr. Payne's assertion is nothing more than conjecture. You have no proof that it was Miss Woods who stole the remote switch. And by that same token, you have no proof that it wasn't her. But what I do have is a piece of evidence that proves the defendant handled the bomb. That tail! 5 minutes to 24 seconds, 2.3 milliseconds, that's what I'm gonna call it. The defense's advantage lasted a mere 5 minutes. Talk about a rotten hand. As long as they have her fingerprints as their trump card, I'm at a big disadvantage. It appears we will have to hear from the defendant herself once more. I wholeheartedly agree, Your Honor. I would like to recall Miss Woods to the stand. I trust you have no objections, Mr. Wright. I'm worried about her condition, but we do need her testimony. On the other hand, I'm not sure I want to make Athena mad. I can read your feelings, you know, boss. Guess there's no hiding from her. Don't worry. I know we need her testimony, but if anybody picks on her again, they'll pay. Guess she's already at anger level 1. Don't worry. I'll stop the proceedings before I let anything bad happen to her. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. In that case, I will take my leave. But before I do, there is one more thing. Mr. Wright, is it? Me? Yes. I mean, yes. Dismantling bombs is my job. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try. Oh, we will. We will. This guy is hiding something. I just know it. Now, if you will excuse me. Bailiff, please go to the lobby and bring back the defendant. And she's still freaked out. But here's where we get to more new stuff. Junie. Hi, Athena. She looks even worse off than before. Don't worry, Junie. We're here for you. Thanks, Athena. And I'll do my best too. You blew up the courtroom because you hear a resentment against the courts, correct? No, of course not. What's that? You say? I can barely hear you. I haven't done anything wrong. This prosecutor's scary.
Objection!
What an impudent little girl. Stop acting innocent and tell the truth. This is getting ugly. You rearmed the bomb because you wanted to blow up the courthouse. Admit it. That's why you went to the lobby where Mr. Justice was. Isn't that right? Mr. Wright, can I go give that prosecutor a smack? What? Of course not. Do we have to review courtroom manners 101 again? We can't let that creep police innocent girls like this off so easily. I haven't forgotten about how he treated you. Don't worry about me. Just help Junie. Her heart's crying. Her heart's crying out. She's so scared. So very scared. Looks like Athena's picking something up with her heightened sense of hearing. And it sounds like this time it's the voice of Miss Wood's heart. Don't deny it. You stole the remote switch and used it in the courtroom, didn't you? Your Honor, please put a stop to this. Mr. Payne is badgering the defendant. Yes, Miss Woods does seem quite frightened. Mr. Payne, I ask that you behave more like a gentleman. But don't you know, Your Honor, there is no more a gentleman in this world than I. As if a gentleman or even a gentleman would behave like he does. Don't let that rude ruffian win. Nina, how dare you call a gentleman such as I a rude ruffian? I'll have you know I attended a manners class every Saturday. I'm more than just a mere gentleman. I am a genteel man. Whatever that is. Not when you're terrorizing a young lady, you're not. I demand my money back from that manners class if I were you. Oh, wow. that shut him up. Oh, wow. I should probably be the adult here and stop the two of them. But Mr. Payne, that will be enough. Certainly, Your Honor. No further questions. Let's move on to the defendant's testimony. Miss Woods, please share with the court what you were doing when the bomb went off. All right, here we go. When the bomb went off. Here we go. Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off, and rubble started falling. Falling. It fell on the top of me. Junie's clearly in pain, being forced to recall the bombing like this. She can't even get her words out. This isn't going to work. So what now? Hey, wait a minute. Even if she can't vocalize what she wants to say, we can listen to what's inside her heart. Yes, now's the perfect time to use Athena's power. You can hear it, can't you, Athena? The cries of Miss Wood's heart. Yes, and they sound incredibly strained. She's so scared. I think she could collapse at any second. Athena has a unique ability, you see. With her fine-tuned sense of hearing, she can hear the words of a witness's heart. In essence, she can now sense how a person is really feeling from the tone of their voice. Guess it's all up to Athena and her special ability now. Athena, I want you to use the analytical psychology you studied, and listen to the testimony of Miss Woods' heart. Okay, boss, I'll give it a go. After all, this is the whole reason I put all that effort into studying analytical psychology. Off gets, let's do this. And so we are introduced to another new mechanic for the series. Oh, well, I'll just wait a bit. So your holographic thingamabob can show us how Miss Woods is feeling, right? In a nutshell, yes. The emotions and images that I picked up on just now while listening to her testimony, I can enter all of that into widget and use the mood matrix to analyze them. All right, so as I said, we're now introduced to a new mechanic for the rest of the two games, the mood matrix. These mood markers here reflect fluctuations in Junie's emotions. Basically, when when a testimony is going on, and while the mood matrix is being applied on, there will be some times where someone is having two emotions at the very same time. Like they could be happy and angry at the same time, sad and angry at the same time, or happy and worried at the same time, or it could be all four of them are open, like, you know, are showing. So basically what we have to do is find out in a certain statement within a testimony how she really feels in actuality. Because like if you were feeling mad, happy, sad, and worried at the exact same time, wow, I have no idea what might happen to a person. So it's basically this mechanic's job is to find out the real, like the real emotion. What is how is the defendant or someone who's testifying, like how they really feel. Because there can only be one true emotion that they're feeling, not multiple, because that'd be very, very crazy. All right, where was I? When she feels happy or is enjoying the memory, the happy marker will light up. When she feels angry or frustrated, the angry marker will react, or in this case, red. When she feels sad or is frightened by a memory, the sad marker will blink. And when she feels surprised or confused, the surprised marker will let us know. So with your special ability and widget's mood matrix program, we can track how Miss Woods is feeling as she testifies. Talk about the wonders of technology. Yep. Now, let's give it a shot. I'm picking up some kind of discord or noise in Junie's heart. And it's also our job to make sure that her noise level reaches 0. See here? This is what the noise looks like in the mood matrix. It's a result of inconsistencies between her testimony and her feelings. If we can pinpoint these inconsistencies, the noise level should drop. Okay, it's time to listen to Miss Woods' true testimony. All right, here we go. Well, that day, I was watching from the gallery. The bomb went off. Okay, so we can actually click here. We actually have to hear the whole thing before we were able to choose. And rubble started falling. It fell on top of me. I think I have a good grasp on Junie's emotional state. This power of Athena is incredible. And I'm seeing an unexpected emotion that's inconsistent with the content of her testimony. What? Already? Look at this. When she says it fell on top of me, the happy marker is reacting. Well, look at that. That is odd. There must be a reason for this contradictory emotion. We just need to do some digging. When you find an unexpected emotion, touch pinpoint or the L button, and then select the unexpected emotion or reaction from the 4 mood markers. All right, here we go. So we have to press the L button or tap pinpoint on the touch screen. So what is the unexpected emotion? Because normally if something were to fall like if something like this were to happen, normally they would feel worried, but in this case she's feeling happy about this little scene. So it doesn't fit, and we're about to see why. So we're gonna click on the happy point here. Widget is registering joy when Miss Woods recalls the robo falling on her. There must be a reason for this unexpected emotion. Miss Woods, as the rubble was falling, was there also something that made you feel happy? What? Oh, sorry, I was supposed to call she was. Mr. Wright, the feeling of happiness is spreading throughout Junie's heart. Keep going on this point, and I bet Junie will start to calm down. Great. Let's hear what she has to say. Just as I was about to escape the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled, I tripped. And then rubble started falling on top of me. I really thought I was done for. But just then, Apollo came and rescued me. Apollo? he used his own body to shield me from the rubble. So that's when he sustained those injuries. How do you feel, Junie? Did talking about Apollo give you some courage? Yes, Apollo is just like the sun, strong and bright and warm. Just talking about him makes me feel like a leaf undergoing photosynthesis. And see, your coughing stopped all of a sudden. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Athena. Alright, we're at 50%, so we still got another halfway to do. Looks like we're able to draw out some new testimony. Pretty neat, huh? But there's still some noise left, meaning there must still be some discord in Junie's heart. I guess we'll have to keep going then. Let me input this new info and update the mood matrix, and we'll be good to go. You remember what to do, right? When I find an unexpected emotion, I should pinpoint. That's right, and then you select the unexpected emotion from the mood markers. If we can find the reason for the discord in her heart, then we should be able to draw even more new testimony out. Alright, info update. Alright, so I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get away, the bomb went off. I was startled. I tripped. Then, rubble started falling on me. I thought I was done for. Alright. Then comes the new info. But then, Apollo came and rescued me. I can sense some discord in Junie's heart when I listen to her voice. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere. When you find an unexpected emotion, well, pinpoint. And then select the unexpected emotion from the 4 mood markers. Alright, so let's head back to that little... Here we go. Wow, so 3 of them are... So 3 of them are blinking. Alright, so we're gonna pinpoint. And what is it that we're supposed to feel? Okay, so she's happy that Apollo rescue. Well, she's happy and surprised that someone came and helped her, and that was Apollo. But why does she feel kind of sad or something? Let's pinpoint on that. You were happy when Mr. Justice rescued you, weren't you? Yes, I was really happy. And wow, is she good at knitting? Because look at that. It must be a very long scarf or something, because wow. But was there also something you felt sad about at the same time? Sad? The reason I ask is, when you were describing how you were rescued, we sensed a little sadness too. Oh, I think it's probably because of Bum Rap Riney. Bum Rap Riney? Well, what do you know? Something new. That's right. I brought my stuffed animal, Bum Rap Riney, to watch the trial with me. Bum Rap Riney and Phony Fanty are brothers. Who knew that legal world could inspire a whole line of merchandise? I had Bum Rap Riney with me while I was watching the trial, but it wasn't until Apollo saved me that I realized I'd lost him as I was running away. My poor Riney, a victim of that terrible bomb. Oh, I know. You can see what he looks like in this poster. No more bum raps. It's for the campaign to eradicate fake evidence and false charges. Phony Fancy and bum rap Riney, huh? Nothing against the campaign, but why an elephant and a rhinoceros? Mr. Wright, I don't sense any discord in Junie's heart anymore. And thus we reduced the noise level to 0. So yeah, basically that's what it is. If you sense in so basically there will be times during a testimony where there can be 1, 2, 3, even all 4 emotions may pop up, but only one of them is how that person is feeling. So trust me, we're gonna be seeing a lot more of this as we progress through the last 2 games. Capcom, there must be more. There must be more. More Phoenix Wright games. Please, Capcom. Hope you're listening. Alright, so I guess that means we managed to draw out all of her testimony. That's right. I'll just make an update with the new info and we'll have the whole picture. So do you think her new testimony will help? Absolutely. I don't know what I would have done without you, Athena. So Bum Rep Riney was in that courtroom when the bomb went off. Now that we know that, it changes the meaning of that other piece of evidence. All I have to do is present it at the right statement. Alright. Alright. Whew. Oh my goodness. Alright, so even though it looks like we're in the mood matrix, but in reality we're back at the good old cross examination. So alright, I was watching from the gallery with Bumrap Riney. I tried to run, but I was too slow. Before I could get out of the courtroom, the bomb went off. I was so startled I tripped. Then the rubble started falling. I thought I was done for, but then Apollo came and rescued me. That's Junie's complete testimony. Not bad, huh, Mr. Wright? I should focus on the new statements Miss Woods made. The existence of Bumrap Riney should turn things around in our favor. It changes the meaning of a certain piece of evidence we already have. All I have to do is present it at the right statement. Alright, so I was watching from the gallery with Bumrap Riney. I tried to run, but I was too slow. Something's missing here. This might be weird, but let's present the phony fanny tail. Let's see. Let's do this again. Objection. Miss Woods, I know this trial has been very hard for you, but you can relax now. You are, without a doubt, innocent. Mr. Wright, what wild assertion are you making now? My wild assertion is simply this. The two stuffed animals were mixed up. The tail of the defendant's fingerprints were found on what wasn't that of phony Fancy. It was the tail of her gallery companion, Bum Rap Riney. What? What nonsense is that? I concede they're both stuffed animals, yes, but they're completely different characters. Excuse me 1 second, I'll be right back. Cut. Okay, I'm back. All right. An elephant and a rhino? Are they as distinct as a defense lawyer and a prosecution? But are they really so different? Both defense lawyers and prosecutors strive to protect the peace through law. Even elephants and rhinos have similar characteristics. They're both gray, for example. Anyway, this poster is all I need to prove my assertion to be true. If I may direct the court's attention here, you'll clearly see how the two got mixed up. And thankfully I can point here. The tail. The blue doll's tail, that is. There we go. Or maybe I should have used the microphone to say take that. I can do that, you know. That or got it whenever I do the mood matrix. Well, would you look at that? The two tails are exactly the same. Yes, exactly. The two stuffed animals are based on entirely different animals. But the design of their tails is exactly the same. Ah! Order! Order in the court! As long as the possibility exists that the tail belongs to Bum Rap Riney, we can no longer consider it to be decisive proof that the defendant handled the bomb. As things stand, I consider the charges against the accused unsubstantiated. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Payne? Oh, yes, of course, Your Honor. Oh, that was great, Mr. Wright. You turned things right around, and I apologize for my dog barking. Yeah, it's not over yet, but at least we managed to hold out this long. I believe that brings our proceedings for today to a close. Mr. Payne, I'm afraid you have some serious investigating ahead of you. Yes, Your Honor. Very well. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Court is adjourned. Oop. There we go. Sorry about that. I was changing screens here. That was so exciting, boss. We did it. True to form, you managed to just barely pull it off at the very last moment. True to form. Gee, I never knew you had such a glowing opinion of me. Thank you for everything you're doing. You did great, Miss Woods. You really stuck it out. And you got really brave at the end, just when we needed you most, Junie. Thanks to you, we were able to turn things around. Well, you were the one who gave me that courage, Tina. Really? Thanks. So, be honest, was I any help at all? Of course. Without you, we would have never gotten out of that tight spot. That's good to hear. I may still have a lot to learn, but you can bet I'm going to give it my all. I'll be so good that one day you'll call me your partner. That's what I'd like to hear. Analytical psychology. The ability to solve the riddles of a person's heart. Athena's true potential is beginning to really shine through. Hey, where's Apollo anyway? Good question. I forgot about him. I assume he must still be here in the lobby. Oh, I know. Maybe he's still in court number 4. Court number 4? What would he be doing at the scene of the explosion? When I came out to the lobby to rest, I told Apollo about Bum Rap Riney. Bum Rap Riney. Yes, say that 5 times in a row. I told him I dropped Riney in the courtroom as I was trying to escape before the blast. And then Apollo said he had an idea where Riney might be. So we went to take a look together. Huh. I guess Apollo can be pretty nice when he wants to be. So you went looking for Riney together before you were called back into court number 5. Yes, I had some time to rest, so I was able to go and look for him. But then they called me into court number 5 to testify. Apollo insisted on staying there, though. With all those injuries, I wonder how he's managing. I think Apollo might have figured something out. Wonder what it was. He told me I'm going to look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Just maybe he found some new piece of evidence. Anyway, we better go get him. Good idea. Alright, so now we are in the courtroom number 4.
Where are you, Apollo? Trial's over for today. Come on, I know you're... No.
Oh, wow. But this trial is not over yet, so I'm gonna take a little break and I'll be right back, so... Cut! Okay, I'm back. Alright. Let's continue the trial. Because we're not done yet. Oh no. Let's load this data. Alright, here we go. Alright, so we're back at the defendant lobby. Or at least I can skip some of the dialogue. Okay, that's cool. Well, I can speed up the dialogue just as an in case. This isn't exactly how I envisioned the second day of this trial to start. But given how things ended yesterday, Good morning. Wow, no one is saying anything. Rude. The mood sure is tense. Not that that's any surprise. Yep, everyone is silent. Oh, hey, did you read the paper this morning, boss? Huh? The paper? That came out of left field. You didn't read it? Then you don't know the big news. Somebody spotted an abominable snowman way up in the mountains. Tell me you know the difference between a paper and a tabloid, Athena. It might show up in the forest where you live, Junie. So you better watch out, okay? Again, silence. You really should read the story for yourself. I couldn't even begin to do it justice. Justice? Huh? Oh, poor Apollo. And it's all my fault. Tina. Oh, Junie, what was I thinking? I'm so sorry. So yeah, last time, well, even though it was just a few minutes ago, via a cutscene, Phoenix, Junie, and Athena went into courtroom 4 to find Apollo. When they found him, well, he was like this, and well, he was currently in this condition. Yeah. As for what happened, well, more on that when we get to the trial. What we found yesterday was not Apollo's dead body. Thank goodness. Yeah, everyone thought he was dead. But thankfully he's not dead. He was just knocked seriously unconscious. He'd been assaulted by someone with a blow to his head and was lying unconscious. We rushed him to the hospital right away, and it looks like he's going to pull through. But it was still quite a shock to stumble onto a scene like that. Is Miss Woods all right, Athena? Well, I managed to get her to stop crying. Now she's resting on that sofa over there. I guess she really feels responsible for what happened to Apollo. Poor Junie. She believes that the reason Apollo was attacked is because he was helping her look for something in that courtroom. Oh? Guess I can see why'd she think that. By the way, how are you doing? Who? Who? Me? Yeah, you. I know you're concerned about Miss Woods, but are you alright? Me? I'm doing just fine, boss. I mean, yeah, it was a huge shock, but I'm alright. People who studied AP, yeah, I'm just gonna call it that. AP are great at times like these. After all, they learn how to control their own emotions too. Somehow, I don't think it's as easy as she makes it sound. Sorry. Somehow, I don't think it's as easy as she makes it sound. But there's no denying she's a real trooper. VR trooper. Not just kidding. Apollo doesn't remember a thing, does he? Yeah, I can't recall anything from the time right before he was assaulted. Nothing about what he was doing in Court 4 or who assaulted him. The doctor said it's probably due to that hit he took to the head. Assaulted in a court of law and losing your memory at that. I know how that feels. I refer to you to the first case in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Justice for All. But who in the world would do such a thing, huh, Mr. Wright? Yeah, just wait until I get my hands on that coward who hurt our Apollo. Now, Athena. I thought you said you were in control of your emotions. Oh, right. I can see the, I can see widget, its color has turned red, meaning, yeah, she's angry. And to be honest, she has every right to be angry. Yeah, at the same time, she has to calm down, but at the same time, she has a reason to be angry because of what happened with Apollo. Let's just focus on helping Miss Woods, okay? But I admit, I'm just as upset as you. Okay, boss. You're right. Apollo's assailant can't wait. I can wait until after we clear Junie's name. Oh, don't worry. That assailant will be revealed. That's the spirit. Now, let's see. Better check the court record one more time before the trial starts. If memory serves, when I have more than 6 pieces of evidence... Oh, don't tell me if this ain't going to be like Pokemon. That something has to go. No, I'm just kidding. I should be able to switch pages. With the D-pad or with the analog stick. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Yeah, I guess this was something I never mentioned throughout the first 4 of the games. Each page consists of 6 pieces of evidence, and if you need to look at the next page that has evidence in it, you can actually use the D-pad left or right, or the analog stick left or right. So, yeah. Earth to Mr. Wright. I'm ready whenever you are. Alright. Let's get ready to rumble! You bet. With everything that happened with Apollo, I didn't have time for a proper investigation. I can't let that stop me, though. I have to get this right for Miss Wood's sake, and Apollo's too. Alright, we are going back to court. Here we go. I'm gonna skip that. Open the doors, please. Thank you. Day 2. Court is now in session. All rise. And you may be seated. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Now then, I believe I instructed the prosecution to further their investigation. Were you able to locate the remote switch in question? I'm afraid the remote switch is still missing, Your Honor. Well, to be honest, all we have is the picture. That's it. Spoiler warning, they never find that remote. Like I said, all we have is a picture of it, but the remote is never found. Ever. I must say, I'm disappointed, Mr. Payne. Not angry, just disappointed. I apologize, Your Honor. Aha, looks like the prosecution is just as unprepared as I am. There is a separate matter, however, that I would like to bring up during this trial. A separate matter, you say? And what might that be? I assume you are aware that another incident occurred during yesterday's trial. I'm speaking, of course, of the assault on Mr. Justice in the ruins of Court Number 4. Uh-oh, why is he bringing that up? I was about to say again. Yes, what a truly harrowing experience it must have been it must have been. Poor Mr. Justice. At the time of the attack, Mr. Justice was not alone. He was with the defendant, Miss Juniper Woods. He isn't going where I think he's going with this. Is he? The prosecution wishes to indict Miss Woods as Miss Woods on the charge of Mr. Justice's assault. Great. Things are getting much more worse for Junie. Oh boy. But don't worry, all will be revealed. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Payne, this incident under the liberation here is the courtroom bombing. The assault on Mr. Justice has nothing to do with this trial. But I believe there is a connection between this case and Mr. Justice's assault. Please take a moment to consider these facts. Both events occurred in Court Number 4. This is the location in Court 4 where the unconscious Mr. Justice was discovered. As you can see, it's quite close to where a Detective Arm's body was found. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence, the Court 4 diagram. A diagram of the courtroom as it was when Apollo was discovered after the assault. Alright. The question is, why did the culprit feel the need to maliciously attack Mr. Justice? Why indeed? Why do you believe their motive to be, Mr. Payne? I believe Mr. Justice found something in that courtroom while Miss Woods was with him. Evidence that fingered her, as her, it could have said, evidence that points her as the perpetrator of the bombing. You mean he found some incriminating evidence? Precisely, and so I summarized that the defendant picked up a piece of rubble and hit Mr. Justice on the back of the head in order to silence him.
Objection!
Junie would never do such a thing. She was devastated when we found Apollo hurt like that. Miss Cykes, please control your outbursts. It is the prosecution's belief that by deliberating on Mr. Justice's assault, we will draw even closer to the truth of the courtroom bombing itself. Very well. Miss Woods is hereby officially indicted on the charge of assaulting Mr. Justice. What? Why are you listening to Mr. Toupee over there? Although, considering our conversation yesterday, I think Apollo might have figured something out. Wonder what it was. He told me I'm going to go look for evidence to clear your name, Juniper. Maybe the two incidents really are related after all. I would like to start by hearing from the defendant herself. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Miss Woods to the witness stand. I'm sorry. I can't seem to stop. Miss Woods. Guess she's still upset about Apollo. Miss Woods. Shouldn't they put in MISS? Not MS? 'Cause, wouldn't it mean that, MISS meaning that she's not married and the fact that she's a high school student? I don't know. Miss Woods, you went to the ruins of Court 4 with Mr. Justice, did you not? Yes, I did. Good. If you would, then please testify about what happened to the court. All right. Next testimony. Alone with Apollo. All right, here we go. During the trial yesterday, I was overcome by a fit of coughing. Apollo stayed with me, and we went to the courtroom ruins together. But then I was called back to this courtroom to give testimony. Apollo insisted on staying behind in Court 4. I swear I didn't attack Apollo. Why would I ever hurt such a kind person? So Mr. Justice stayed by your side while you were feeling unwell? What an admirable young man. I thought his loud voice was his only outstanding feature. Excuse me. Oh. He may look like a little imp at times, but Apollo can really be nice too. I hope she didn't hurt her wrist backhanding that one out. But one has to wonder, why did Mr. Justice stay behind in the ruins? I think Apollo might have figured something out. Something? What kind of something? Something to do with the courtroom bombing kind of something, I think. Oh, new evidence for the case, was it? That's a very big kind of something indeed. I believe so. He mentioned looking for some evidence when I was called away. Just as I thought, there is a connection between the two incidents. But the defendant has told a very big lie, Your Honor. What lie is that? When she learned Mr. Justice would be looking for evidence, she attacked him. She attacked him to give herself the chance to destroy that evidence. No, I never. Miss Woods repaid Mr. Justice's kindness with violence. We found the proof of her foul deed there in the courtroom ruins. What on earth? Do you see it? There, in front of Mr. Justice's right hand. The witness the message he left us. It's written in blood. WOODS. Why, isn't that... That's right, Your Honor. It says Woods in capital letters. What? I submit that Mr. Justice left us with the name of his attacker before he fainted. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence. Apollo's assault picture. Apollo is shown collapsed on the floor. The bloody writing is also visible. But something strikes me odd about this little picture here. Let me see if I can... Hold on, let me go to the court record here. Let's wait for the dialogue to completely finish. But yeah, something strikes me as odd. It's not the writing per se, it's something else. It's something else. More on that later. So let me go back, switch screen. Alright. No, that can't be true. Why would Apollo write my name? Mr. Wright, the nerve of him leaving that message. Why would he do this? Hey, don't take it out on me. I don't understand it any more than you do. When we discovered Apollo yesterday, Apollo. No. Yeah, it's basically recreating that cutscene via dialogue. So we didn't even have a chance to rush over to him. As soon as security heard Athena's scream, they ran in and cordoned off the area. After that, they were there in court 4 with Apollo the whole time. We couldn't investigate anything ourselves, and had to leave everything to the police. Still, I never thought they would find some bloody writing there. Now then, please begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Alright, here we go. Let's see. During the trial, let's see. She overcame a bit of coughing. Apollo stayed with me and went to the courtroom together. Let's press on that. Let me see if this helps. Hold it! Hold it! It does work. Pretty cool. Anyways. Why exactly did you go to the courtroom ruins? We went to look for my medicine to stop my coughing. Your medicine? Why would your medicine be in court 4? I dropped it in the heat of the moment. Rap Riney. He was keeping my medicine safe for me. He has a little compartment that I can put things in, you see. And phony Fanti has the same type of pocket. And that's where the bomb was inserted. I had put my medicine for my coughing fits inside bomb wrap Riney. When I told Apollo about it, he said he'd help me go look for him. There was so much rubble in there. I was worried, but there was no rubble or anything in front of the witness stand. So when we got inside, Apollo went straight there. and started to look for my Rhiney in that area. It was so nice of him to do that for me in spite of all his injuries. Apollo is so strong and kind, just like the trees of the forest. Wow. Is she in love with him? The way she makes him sound, you'd think Apollo was some kind of ancient god. Oh, wait. So that's why you went to the ruins. I see. That seems to be quite an important fact. Please add it to your testimony, Miss Woods. Alright, new testimony. Apollo started looking for a bum-rap Rhiney near the witness stand where there was no rubble. And this must be statement number 3. Alright, so... I guess I can present the... courtroom... the diagram. On this one here. I think this is it.
Objection!
There we go. Yeah, I didn't use the microphone, but as I said, I'm saving the microphone for the fingerprint scene. So the first half, yeah, of the trial, that was, you know, just a try out to see if the microphone worked, and it does. Excellent. So my headset mic will actually be of very use when we get to those fingerprint mini games. So, oh yeah, well, one other thing. As for, okay, when both the fifth game and the next game, which is Spirit of Justice, came out, but both of these games have DLC. Those will be dealt with at another time. So yeah, look forward to those DLC episodes. So. Alright, so he started his search with the witness stand. You say? That's right. I guess maybe he wanted to start from the furthest point in the room. He was being so brave and strong. But that's odd. Under the circumstances, he shouldn't have been capable of that. But he was, and he still is. He might not look it, but he is. I mean, he really is brave and kind too. No, that's not the part I'm finding fault with. Someone has a crush on Apollo. What were you claiming is something that no one should have been able to do? But I should think that anyone can be brave and kind if they wanted to be, Mr. Wright. True, anyone can be brave and kind, but if you would please take a look at this diagram. With the court in this state, how was it possible to walk up to the witness stand? Oh, I see your point. The rubble blocks blocks off access to the area around the witness stand. does such a tiny inconsistency even matter? Perhaps the witness is simply remembering it. Great. Now I'm not sure. So sure it matters. A real man doesn't make mountains out of molehills, you know. But that's precisely what Mr. Wright does best. I call slander, Your Honor. So, was it really impossible to approach the witness stand? I have to say, it's a bit hard to tell with any accuracy from just this diagram. Mr. Payne, do you have any other pictures of the crime scene? Photos, anyway? Let me see, Your Honor. Ah, yes. I have one more. Here it is. It's a more pulled back version of the photo I presented before. Alright, so we get... Alright, so it's updated. It's not a different picture, but it's updated. Apollo is shown collapsed on the floor. The bloody writing is also visible. Huh? What's that hunk of metal on wheels? Mr. Payne, is the metallic object in that photo Mr. Nate's bomb transport case? That's right. Is there some problem? Ah, yes. That transport case was there in court for when the bomb went off. It must have been there ever since. Oh, that's it. Miss Woods, have you remembered something? Yes, I just realized. It's a position. It's different from before. Its position? The position of what? The position that big metal thing. The bomb transport case? Yes. When Apollo and I went there, it was in a different place. Where the case in the photo was open space, so it was easy to search the stand. I see. So where was the transport case when you and Mr. Justice saw it? As I recall, I think it was more to the right. To the right? Then that means, in that case, the case was over there at the time of Apollo's attack? Who cares where the transport case was when? What difference does it make? It has nothing at all to do with... Let me go back. I don't like being interrupted, especially with automatic dialogue. Let's see. It has nothing to do with what we were talking up. There we go. And then objection. Thank you. This is the reason why I like the backlog feature. It keeps track of everything, and I mean everything. Look at that. Everything. Every single dialogue. So yeah, it keeps track of everything. At least I think. Alright, anyways, where was I? Where the transport case was has everything to do with this discussion. In fact, it's so important that it's enough to turn the prosecution's argument on its ear. What? Well, that certainly sounds very relevant indeed. And you sound as though you know where the case was at the time of the attack. Yes, Your Honor. The diagram represents the crime scene as shown in the photo, and This is where the transport case was at the time of the assault on Mr. Justice. All right, I have this. The bomb transport case was here at the time of Apollo's attack. All right, so let's figure out where the attack was, and thankfully I can just move, because normally it would go straight towards the touch screen, I think, but thankfully now it's up there, exactly where I need it to be. Alright, so okay, so if it wasn't supposed to be there when when Judy and Apollo were there, where was it? So Junie said that it was never near the witness stand, so that leaves us with right here, where quote Apollo wrote his assailant's name here. Your Honor, I assert that this is where the transport case was at the time of the assault. But that's inconceivable! Miss Woods, was this where the transport case was when you saw it? Yes! Yes, that's where it was. Thank you, Miss Woods. I'm sure the court has noted an interesting fact about this position. But transport case covers up the writing in blood. Exactly. If the transport case was in that position at the time of the assault, then no message could have been written there because the case was in the way. Which leads us to conclude that Mr. Justice couldn't have left the bloody writing. Why should we believe that the defendants claim that the case was in a different position? She's obviously lying.
Objection!
The fact that the case was moved after the assault on Mr. Justice is proved by more than Miss Woods' testimony alone. What? And where is this proof are you talking about? It's right here in the crime photo. I'm keen to see this proof myself, Mr. Wright. What in this photo indicates that the transport case was moved after the assault? Alright. So what I'm going to point is the wheel track that's near right here. And booyah. Please take a look at the mark that runs over Mr. Justice's bandages here. I see it, but what is it? This mark was made by one of the casters from the transport case carrying the bomb. As the case was moved, it ran over his bandages. In other words, the transport case was originally to the right of Mr. Justice. Then, after Mr. Justice was assaulted, the transport case was moved. What? Just as Miss Woods said, the case was covering the writing at the time of the assault. Therefore, it was impossible for Mr. Justice to have left that message in blood. No! You did it, boss. It was a real nail biter, but you pulled it off. Yep. That should bring down the prosecution's claim like a house of cards. Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, that was a very clever deduction. It was nothing, Your Honor. Nothing but pure genius. Take that! Boss, I'm sensing a definite smug and braggy vibe coming off of you. Uh, I have just a quick question, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? If Mr. Justice didn't leave this message in blood, then who did? Huh? What? Oh. Well, looks like I should have taken that train of thought through to the last station. Well, I've heard a lot about this. So this is Mr. Wright's famous bluffing technique, is it? Oh, this feeling. It brings back memories of the old days. Yeah, it has been a lot. It's been like 7.5 years after the events of the trilogy. So yeah, I guess the judge has every right to say that it does bring back memories of the old days. Oh yeah. All right. Back when you carved out a name for yourself by bluffing your way through thick and thin. Gee, Mr. Wright, the judge kind of makes you sound no better than a 2-bit con man. You made your own argument with confidence, Mr. Wright. Now I'd like to hear your answer with just as much confidence. Hey, until the judge asked the question, you didn't catch on either, Buster. What now, boss? I hope you didn't bluff your way into a corner. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way through this. I have to dig my way to the truth somehow. Who could have written that message in blood? Well, someone else. I mean, it could have been Apollo, but it had to be someone else. If it wasn't Apollo who could have left the bloody message, then who though? Well, it would have to be I'm gonna go on a limb here and say Candace Arm.
Take that!
To be honest, I don't actually have any real proof of this. But I've come this far. There's no turning back now. Besides Apollo, there was one more person who shed blood at this crime scene. A person who shed blood? You don't mean... Oh, but I do. I believe it was Candace Arm who left behind this message in blood. What? Well, yeah, truth be told, Apollo wasn't the only victim who was hit with rocks, you know. What? Detective Arm? I'm not sure if it's supposed to be pronounced Arm or Arme. Candace Army or Candace Arme, Candace Arm. I'll just stick with Arm. Are you sure you know what you're doing here? Not really.
Objection!
What kind of assertion is that? If you had said the attacker left the message to throw people off, it might have made sense. At first glance, that would seem to be the most reasonable explanation. However, Apollo didn't shed enough blood to write such an extensive message. There it goes. As you can see, Apollo's only unconscious. He did lose blood, just not a lot of blood, because that head injury isn't really fatal. Though someone else might have suffered more damage than Apollo. And that person was Detective Arm. Uh-oh. I see. Even the photo makes it clear there. There wasn't enough blood to write all those letters. And Mr. Justice did survive. I suppose he didn't bleed very extensively in that case. But why would a Detective Arm write the defendant's name? There is no connection between the two whatsoever. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and the defendant. That they had never even met each other. That's very true, but they didn't have to meet. Keep in mind, she was already dead, which gives the true culprit an advantage to use her blood and write Junie's name, well, in this case her last name. But since Apollo was bleeding a little bit, it makes it look like that he was the one that wrote Junie's last name in blood. Well then, let's see. Then maybe the intended meaning of the message is not what it appears to be. The intended meaning? Not what it appears to be? Maybe the message was not intended to be Woods. Coming from you, that's quite the bold statement, Mr. Wright. You wish to assert that this bloody writing could have some other meaning? Yes, Your Honor. For something I pulled out of a wormhole, it could turn out to be true, right? It clearly says Woods, as anyone can plainly see. What other meaning could it possibly have? But Candace Arm was a detective. Maybe Woods was only means something to the police, like a police scanner, for example. I didn't think of that. You may have tricked His Honor, but you'll never get the best of me. I have a thing for studying on the weekends, as you may have already guessed. And there is no such a radio code as Woods in this state, dear Mr. Wright. Is that a fact? Really? It's not a fact? Oh, that was Phoenix talking, wasn't it? Let me see. Is that a fact? Don't Look at me. I know as much as you do about police codes. Enough of this. I was quite taken with the defense's new theory. But if they can't substantiate it with anything, then I must end things here. No, please. Wait, Your Honor. Very well. But before we discuss this theory any further, I demand a plausible explanation. So, Mr. Wright, what is the true meaning of the bloody writing? Well, I believe it's... And no stalling. If you can't come up with an answer quickly, I will declare this the discussion officially over. I'm in trouble now. What other meaning could it have besides the obvious one? Maybe it means something in another language, or maybe it's a code? Think, Phoenix. You can do this. Which pieces of evidence will tell us what the word woods really means? Well, there's only one evidence that we can think of right now, and that is the bomb. The bomb transport case. When you think about it, let me switch here. Oh. No, I'm just kidding. I already know, because when you think about it, there's the two O's, and then right here, it could have been a W right here. When you connect it, and then you add the certain writing here. WOODS, which is for the 5. The only thing that might have been removed was the R. That's it. But yeah, there you go. So let's go back and present it. The bomb transport case? I've about had it up to here with your shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Take a look at the numbers on this case, Your Honor. L10015R. Does this string look vaguely familiar? L100... What does that have to do with anything? What could those numbers possibly have to do with the case at hand? Now, please take a look at the bloody writing shown in the crime photo. Oh, that's Athena. Oh, I think I see it. Atta girl. That's one on my side. It says woods. Oh, or you could say that it's a horse of a different color, Your Honor. The first character isn't a W. It's actually an L and a 1. The next two are zeros. Oh, my goodness! The true meaning behind the bloody writing isn't Miss Woods' name. It's the number engraved on this bomb transport case. What are you talking about? The next part doesn't make any sense. The next number is a 1, but the bloody writing says D. But the number on the case and the bloody writing can be made to match up quite easily. This is how the number on the transport case can be made to match on the bloody writing. Let's erase 2 lines. Read it backwards? No way. Please erase the third downward stroke of the W, and the curved part of the D magically away. Well, would you look at that? LI00IS. No, Your Honor, it isn't meant to be read as a word. It's yeah. Let me go back. How is it read, anyways? Lewis? I don't know. It's the number L10015, which, if you to take away the final R, is the exact number that's on the bomb transport case. Huh. Erase 2 lines and they match up, you say? Well, I can change anything into anything else simply by erasing 2 lines. What if we erase 2 lines from your name? Would you be happy as Mr. Rye? Well, would you, Mr. Rye? The only right spelling is right. Okay, I'm doing pretty well here, and I think I've drawn the right conclusion. Detective Arm's real message to us is the bomb transport case number. Your Honor, the 2 lines were added by the real culprit to intentionally mislead people. What? The original message Detective Arm left behind was the transport case number, but whoever assaulted Apollo changed the message. If you're right, boss, then what do you suppose Detective Arm was trying to tell us? Good question. What does this number represent? Do you see this number here? That is my identification number. Candace Arm lost her life in the courtroom bombing. Her dying message could only have had one purpose. No! To tell us the name of the one responsible for the bombing. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Mr. Wright. Tell us who she was trying to name. The culprit that the victim was trying to identify is none other than Ted Nate. Get it? Here we go. The defense wishes to indict Mr. Ted Nate on the charge of the courtroom bombing. Yeah, keep in mind there is a bit of slowdown on certain spots there. So, Ted Nate, apparently, disabling bombs isn't Mr. Nate's only speciality. Somehow, the victim must have realized that he was the bomber. So when she was caught in the blast, she left us. She left his bomb transport case number as her dying message. Oh, I think I see the missing R. She used Mr. Nate's own ID number to finger him for the crime. Why would anyone go out of their way to write an ID number? Wouldn't they simply write the person's name? He's got a good point there. Well, it's a theory, but not all law enforcement within the police station actually know each other, you know? Some people can be new, some people can come back from retirement, or just someone, I don't know. But not everybody knows everybody within the police station. At least that's what I think. What do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? that only a detective arm would know the answer to that, but allow me to offer a theory. Perhaps a detective arm couldn't recall Mr. Tenate's name in the heat of the moment. As I recall, this was the first meeting between the two. It's entirely possible that they wouldn't have been familiar with each other. Or maybe using the ID number was a way to hiding its true meaning from the real culprit, thus lowering the odds that they would erase the bloody writing. But no matter but no matter what the reason, the important thing is the meaning behind her message. The fact remains she wrote Mr. Tenate's ID number. Now, just one moment here. There hasn't been any proof yet that it was indeed a detective arm who wrote it. The bloody writing wasn't found during the investigation after the blast. If a detective arm had left a message, it should have been found at that time. Because it couldn't have, because it was already blocked. Because when Apollo was there, that so-called bloody writing was already covered up. Naturally, Mr. Tenate hid it before anyone could discover it, and there's a simple explanation for how he was able to do so. What? Mr. Tenate was able to cover the message up because he's, well, the first to find the body, actually. The first person to discover the bloody writing was Mr. Tenate himself. I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. I went there to ensure safety, but I ended up discovering a dead body. When Mr. Tenate saw that the victim had written his ID number, he used the bomb transport case to cover up the bloody writing as a stopgap measure. Oh, and that's why the message in blood was under the transport case. He didn't have enough time to try and scrub away the writing. If he didn't report the body right away, he would look suspicious. So those letters lived on to serve another function. When Mr. Tenate used them in another incident, oh, the assault on Mr. Justice. Exactly. Mr. Tenate hit upon a plan to use the bloody writing for his own purposes. So he didn't clean it away. Instead, he made it look like Mr. Justice wrote it by adding 2 lines to the writing that Detective Arm left behind. He changed the meaning of the message. He made it look like Mr. Justice was accusing Miss Woods of the attack. So that means the only person who could have altered the bloody writing was the courtroom bomber, who was the same person that assaulted Mr. Justice. And that person is Ted Tenate. Yeah! I'm surprised that shock pose is still there. Order in the court! Order, I say! And this is actually the first time I don't hear him say order so many times. It's just order, or order in the court, or order, I say. It looks like we will have to hear from the bomb specialist himself. Excuse me. Mr. Payne, please have Mr. Tenate take the witness stand. Yes, Your Honor. That was great, Mr. Wright. Just doing what I do best, which is flying by the seat of my pants. Whatever that means. Dismantling the case is yours. Do you think you can handle it? I look forward to seeing you try. I finally drawn Mr. Snake back onto to the witness stand. Looks like you'll get your wish, Google man. No, I'm sorry, Goggle man. Because I remember Google is spelled with 2 O's. Now, watch me take your lies apart. And there he is. Oh boy. Mr. Tenate, I'm afraid we have a few more questions for you. I understand the situation, Your Honor. I was keeping a close eye on the proceedings from the gallery. The allegations are all laughable.
Objection!
I wouldn't be laughing if I were you, Mr. Tenate. The message in blood matches your ID number. Oh my goodness. Excuse me 1 second, I'll be right back. Cut. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so let's see, where was I? Yeah, I apologize if, it's because, my stomach was growling and I haven't eaten anything this morning, so, I had to take a really long break to just eat some breakfast. Anyways, now I'm back at it. Here we go. Where was I? Let me see if I missed anything. Let's take a look at the backlog. Objection. I wouldn't be laughing if I were you, Mr. Tenate. Okay. The message in blood matches your ID number. The same ID number that is there on that bomb transport case. Such a far-fetched theory, no better than a tangled ball of wires. I have them untangled for you in no time at all. You were the first person of the scene after a Detective Arm left her message in blood. You were the only one who could have hidden the writing and then used it again later. I see ×2, but then let me ask you, do you have any proof that a Detective Arm wrote that message? That's a very good question. Well, do you, Mr. Wright? The best way to prove that a Detective Arm wrote that message is to analyze the DNA. Your Honor, I request a DNA test be performed on the blood itself. Once we know whose is it, it will be obvious as to who wrote the message. Oh, nervous are we? Very well. Bailiff, please put in a request for a DNA test with the forensics team. Yes, Your Honor. It will be some time before we have the results of the analysis. Until then, let's hear more from this witness. Or, I'm sorry, from the witness. I would like nothing more, Your Honor. I want the court to hear how ridiculous the defense's theory is. Alright, testimony time. Here we go. After the explosion. Alright, here we go. I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion, but there was no bloody writing there at the time. Anyway, there is no way a Detective Arm could have written it. She struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. I'm really doing my best with doing robotic talk. I don't think I'm doing a good job on that. Let me know in the comments. So, you're saying that the victim's body was nowhere near the writing, or nowhere near where the writing was. Precisely, it is as plain as day that she could not have written it. It's true that the body was discovered near the entrance to the courtroom. Please have a look at this crime scene photo. As you can see, there is blood on the rubble near the victim's body. She must have died after hitting her head there. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence. The courtroom bombing photo. Okay, cool. Just making sure, because I always have to read the blue letters saying if something was updated or it's a new piece of evidence. Alright. Crime scene photo of the aftermath of the courtroom number 4 bombing and the victim. Let's have a little look-see, shall we? Let's click the details. I said click the details. Thank you. There we go. A tragedy it is. A tragedy it is. Anyways. I see. Alright then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Do you have what it takes to... Do you have what it takes to take my infallible testimony apart? Actually, I can. I can, actually. Let's see. Anyways, after the explosion. Let's see, I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. But there was no bloody writing there at the time. I think I need to press something. I think I know where. No, not that one. Here it is. She was too far away from where the bloody message was found. Let's press on that. One last time. One last time. Hold it! I guess the microphone needs to be right here. There we go. Hold it! Hold it! It's not working. It's weird. I'm saying hold it, and it ain't doing anything. Hold it! Yeah, because I have the mic connected, so... Hold it! I guess it's not working. Hold it! Okay, there it goes. Oh my goodness, what was that? All I did was clear my throat, and it responded. I think I need to increase the volume on the mic. Well, in this case for the Citra emulator. I'll do that later. Isn't it possible she could have crawled to the area of the bloody message? If that were true, then how did she return to the spot near the entrance? Maybe she crawled back after writing it. Hey, did this guy just say, oh, sorry. Hey, did this guy just, me? Would you like to get down on the floor and give us a demonstration of your theory? Huh? No, thank you. The victim's body and the writing are several yards away from each other. There's no way she could reach. Quite the conundrum. So that means something is off somewhere. There must be a contradiction. Maybe the body was moved? But that doesn't explain how blood got onto to the rubble. What if that was done by the real culprit after the fact? If that's the case, then something about that might contradict the evidence we have. Okay, then. Let's head back towards the fourth statement and present the autopsy report. Let's see. Cause of death. Well, keep in mind that the impact she took didn't end her life instantly. Because remember, the time of death was between 8 and 11 a.m. So basically, she had like 3 hours of life left. So she did have time. Alright, I'll give it one last chance. Hopefully, it will respond this time. Objection! Oh, come on, seriously. Objection!
Objection!
Thank you. And I got the wrong one. Yeah, I think I got the wrong one. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I might have messed up there. Ouch. I guess I should have seen that one coming. Let me go to the beginning here. Okay, I admit I was the first one on the scene after the explosion. Why were you the first person on the scene? To secure the area, it is regulation for a bomb disposal specialist to enter first. In other words, you had the opportunity to alter the bloody writing then, didn't you? Well... yeah, I was supposed to push the button and I didn't. Mr. Wright, please don't interrupt. Mr. Athena is about to give a testimony that will show just how wrong your reasoning is. Darn, I think he was just about to say something interesting too. When I went in and saw the aftermath, well, it was quite a disaster. And see, but there was no bloody writing there at the time. Let's press on that. You were able to tell this even with those goggles on? With these goggles, there is no way I could have missed something like that. I can see quite well with them. In fact, I can see every hair on your spiky head. Oh, you have a few grays, Mr. Wright. What? Poor Mr. Wright. You're always working so hard, keeping our office together. Wait a minute, I don't have any gray hairs. Just kidding. I object to the witness's attempts to prematurely give me gray hair. Mr. Tenate, this court frowns upon untoward comments on a person's hair, or lack thereof. I'm looking at you, Judge. I'm sensing a great sorrow coming from the judge. My apologies, Your Honor. May I please continue my testimony? Alright, let's press on the next one. Anyway, there's no way a detective arm could have written it. If she didn't write it, then who do you propose did? Mr. Justice, of course. Just before dying, he wrote the name of his attacker, Juniper Woods. A final message from your poor subordinate. Ooh. A loud noise there. Poor Mr. Justice. I'm starting to get all misty-eyed. Apollo is not dead, folks. So how can you be so sure it wasn't a detective arm who wrote the message? It is very simple. She had struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance.
Hold it!
Do you imagine she was thrown back by the force of the blast? A bomb can inflict damage not only from the explosion itself, but also substantial secondary damage from the blast wind. Detective Arm unfortunately hit her head on some rubble. It's stated in her autopsy report as well. Cause of death, trauma to back of head. Ah, the autopsy report. I better take another look at that. Now, do you see, Detective Arm could not have written that message. The reason for that being, she was too far away from the bloody message was found. Isn't it possible she could have crawled to the... Oh wait, I think I've done this one already. Yeah, I've done this one already. Okay. Oh, never have I realized this was gonna be difficult. But do I have let me see. What bomb photo? Okay, cool. Okay, let me see. I think I know. 3, 4. There you go. She had struck her head on rubble and died near the courtroom entrance. About that. Like I said, she didn't die instantly. But let's present that evidence either way. So we're in the fourth statement. So let's say objection. Oh, for crying out loud, I said objection. Objection. Yeah, I better not hold the mic like that. Or maybe I think that should work. Objection.
Objection!
There we go. So yeah, it's best not to hold the mic. It's because I have the mic, like whenever I want to say hold it or objection, I've always held the mic. So I guess I better just let the whole thing go. All right. Anyways, you are a terrible liar, Mr. Tenate. Take a look at this autopsy. There we go. Specifically, the part about a Detective Arm's head injury. Cause of death, trauma to back of head, caused by impact with a flat object. Yes? Yes. What about it? Now, take a good look at the bloody piece of rubble. It's sharp and pointed. Hey, you're right, boss. It is pointing. Just like your hair. That is odd, isn't it? What could be the meaning of this contradiction? I believe it means the victim did not hit her head on this piece of rubble. The bloodstain you see is just another fabrication. Its purpose is to mislead us into thinking the victim died near the courtroom entrance. Are you claiming that the culprit moved the victim's body? That's exactly what I'm claiming. The victim hit her head at some other location, most likely on the floor or some other flat surface. And this location was somewhere near where the bloody writing was found. In that case, she was definitely could have written. She definitely could have written the message. Your Honor, I have the results of the bloodstain analysis. Ah, very good timing. Let's take a look. According to this report, the message was written in Detective Arm's blood. And, as the defense claims, only the parts of the message that were added afterwards were written in Mr. Justice's blood. It would appear that the defense's assertion is correct after all. Alright. The bloody writing results have been added as evidence. So let's continue on. Yes, you did it. You were right, boss. Now I have to drive it home. I'll have to take a good look at the bloody writing analysis later. How about nowish? Let's switch screens and let's have a look at that writing analysis. All right, page 1 we have the woods. Okay, so as it says, most of the blood you see was written by Detective Arm, while the last 2 lines were written in Apollo's blood. Okay, so the blood writing analysis, DNA analysis definitely proves the blood of the writing to be that of the victim, Candace Arm, age 27. However, the lines that were added later were found to be written in the blood of Apollo Justice, age 23. So, booyah. And Ted Tenate is not looking so happy. He's looking very, very nervous. Mr. Tenate, it is now apparent that you have told several lies to this court. I hope you have some sort of explanation for yourself. Dots. Fine. I will confess. You will? But then, why are you so calm? This time, I will tell the truth. Alright. I think this should be the last testimony. I'm not really sure. The truth. Here we go. It is true that Detective Arm wrote my ID number. She very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked, but I did not detonate the bomb. Detective Arm must have mistaken me for the real bomber. Not wanting to be accused, I moved the body and covered the writing. My bad. I see. So it is your assertion that you merely moved the body. Is that it? That is correct. I did not kill a Detective Arm. Oh well, if that's all you did, then... Wait a minute! That in and of itself is a criminal act. Let's see you finally crossed that finish line, Your Honor. Oh my goodness, what is up with this judge? I guess with age... Is he going kind of senile or something? I don't know. Very well then. Your cross-examination, please, Mr. Wright. Alright, here we go. Something that caught my attention in the second statement here. Alright, so let's go right here. She very plainly wrote L10015R. I was shocked. But why, though? Hold it! Okay, maybe not. I'll just press the button as it is. L10015R? And it was written after the bomb went off in the courtroom? Correct. I didn't know why she wouldn't write it, so that sent me into a panic. Sounds like you were in quite a tizzy. If I were in his shoes, I guess it would have psyched me out too. I can't imagine coming across the message Cykes written in blood. If I saw I gasp in pain written in blood, it's certainly make me gasp. Oh, I get it now. Gasp in pain. I get it now. But how does Winston pain? Okay, never mind, but the younger brother I can understand. So you better gasp in pain. Rest assured, Mr. Tenate, I understand how you must have felt. And so you discovered your ID number written in blood at the scene, and that is right. I saw it with my own eyes. It very clearly said L10015R. Okay, she very plain. Oh, wait, I think I know. Let's skip this. Still on the statement. The image of Apollo's attack is what's in my head, though. Let me see. Hopefully I can get this to work this time. Or either that, my mic is like something like there's something wrong. Other than that, I'll just push the let me see, the X button for this, but I'll give it one last shot here. Objection. Yeah, it really needs to be like on my lips, like to where I can actually, objection.
Objection!
See. I want to make doubly sure, or I think it's supposed to be the doubly. I'm just gonna say doubly sure that L10015R is really what you saw written in blood. Yes, it is very clearly said L10015R. But that's odd, because that's not what I see. What on earth are you babbling on about now? Wasn't it you who claimed that the bloody writing was his ID number in the first place? Take a good look at this at the photo in the bloody writing analysis. Now tell me, does it really say L10015R? Oh, eep! Something is missing, isn't it? And that something is the final R. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Tenate? Oh, right. Now I remember. There was no R on the end. It was just a slip of the finger. My bad. Come back, my beautiful contradiction. Mr. Wright, I'm not so sure it was just a simple slip of the finger. You have something for me, Athena? I sense that he's extremely agitated, almost panic. He does look pretty flustered. Well, Mr. Wright, it appears it was nothing more than a mere mistake. I don't know. Did he really just make a typo? What about that R? Did Mr. Tenate really see it? Well, yeah, of course he did. Maybe Mr. Tenate really did see the R. But there's no R in the bloody writing. What's going on here? Huh? Now that I take another good look at the photo, I think maybe... That's it! What is it now, Mr. Wright? Are you trying to imitate Apollo and his cords of steel? I got it! So that's what really happened. A slip of the finger. Is that really all it was? But I don't because I don't think so. I propose that Mr. Tenate really did see the letter R. But the photo clearly shows that there is no R. Oh, that was the judge. No, Your Honor. Actually, just the opposite is true. The photo the photo shows that Mr. Tenate actually could have seen the R. If you're going to make that claim, then you better be able to point it out. Point out what you mean. What part of the blood shows that Mr. Tenate could have seen the R? Simple. It's right here. Please look here to the right of the 5. Do you see a little bit of red? Oh, I see it. Just on the edge of where the floor is broken. That's the R that Mr. Tenate saw. It's true that the witness wears some very odd goggles, but that doesn't mean his eyesight is bad, nor his brain power. What part of that a little smudge looks like an R to you?
Objection!
But what Mr. Tenate saw wasn't that a little smudge. There was a whole and complete R written there before the floor was damaged by the explosion. Oh, well, that explains it. Huh? Care to explain what you mean? Because you just proposed that everything happened in the exact opposite order. Yep, because that's the way it really went down. The timing of when the R was written turns everything about this case around. Now then, if the floor was damaged by the explosion, when was the message written? I would have to say before the explosion. With the bloody message running off the edge of the damaged floor like that, we can only conclude that it was written before the explosion. But that's ridiculous. If that were true, it overturns your own premise. That's right, it does. In fact, it turns everything upside down. The victim was not killed by the explosion in the courtroom. She was killed before the explosion ever occurred. Yeah, I think I better switch this to 30 frames per second if the frame rate is going to go down whenever it does those 3D movements, you know, like the turning the 180 degrees or the... Yeah, I think I better tone down the frame rate. Order! Order in the court! What kind of a preposterous claim? Oh, sorry, this is Spain. What kind of a preposterous claim is that? Have you forgotten that the victim's body was found at the scene of the explosion?
Objection!
True, but consider this scenario. She was hit on the head and killed before the explosion, or even before the trial began. Her body was subsequently placed in the courtroom ruins after the bombing occurred. That way, it could have made to look like she was a victim of the blast. What? It sounds like we had a better look into what the victim was doing before the trial. Mr. Payne? Did anyone see a detective arm before the trial? Let's see. According to the police report... Ah, here it is. One person saw the victim before the trial. You know what? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so... And that person was Tenate. Wait, what? No one besides Mr. Tenate saw the victim? That appears to be the case, Your Honor. I would now ask the court to recall something. Specifically, Mr. Tenate's words from yesterday. It was when Detective Arm and I were transporting the bomb. Oh my! Mr. Tenate, just before the trial, you were the victim. Oh, you were with the victim. Sorry. The two of you were together at the scene of the crime. Courtroom number 4. I'm not going to bother reading that. Your Honor, the defense requests you to testimony from Mr. Tenate. We wish to hear what he has to say about his whereabouts just before the trial. Mr. Tenate, your testimony, please. My testimony, there is no need for all this gibberish. He's completely unnerved, Mr. Wright. You must have hit the nail on the head. Because, all I did was transport the bomb to the courtroom. I already told you. No idea. Gah, blast this thing! I was only in the courtroom with the victim because of our work. I swear I was only transporting the bomb there.
Objection!
You and the victim were alone together at the scene of the crime. In other words, you certainly had the opportunity to commit murder, did you not?
Objection!
Do you always leave yourself so open to attacks, Mr. Wright? What now, Mr. Payne? Yes, Mr. Tenate may have had the opportunity to kill a Detective Arm, but an important piece of your assertion is missing. What important piece? The murder weapon. What do you claim was used to kill the victim? Mr. Payne has a point. Even if Mr. Tenate had the chance without a weapon, we can't accuse him of the crime. Well, Mr. Tenate? Oh, yes. That's right. I didn't have any sort of thing that could be used as a murder weapon on me. I could have possibly have killed. I couldn't possibly have killed a Detective Arm. Did he really have nothing he could use as a murder weapon? Well, if you recall the autopsy report, it says that she was killed via a trauma to the back of the head caused by impact with a flat object. So what is this flat object? Well, I mean, it would have to be something with a flat surface. So what is that thing that has a flat surface that was used to hit a Detective Arm in the head? Well, we're about to find out. What is it, Athena? Just looking over the victim's autopsy report, I'm hoping there's something in here that can point us in the right direction. Well, it does say that she died from trauma to the back of the head with a flat object. Yeah, and to inflict that specific kind of injury. All you would need is a flat surface, right? A heavy blunt object with a flat surface could definitely be our murder weapon. Well, Mr. Wright, can you indicate for the court what was used to kill Detective Arm? I believe I can. Believe being the key word here. You can? Oh, wait, you can? Then please do so now. What did Mr. Tenate have that could have been used as the murder weapon? That would be the HH-3000 bomb.
Take that!
Mr. Tenate, you didn't say, you say you didn't have anything that could be used as a weapon, but in fact, you had the perfect thing. What? What the devil are you talking about? You had this. That's the bomb. I thought you were trying to prove that the victim was killed by the bomb blast. The bomb blast? No, but I believe Candace's arm was killed with this bomb. Because this is the blood object that delivered the fatal blow to her head. Gah! Please recall the description of a Detective Arm's head wound. Trauma to back of head caused by impact with a flat object. We assume this injury was sustained when her head hit the floor. But a blow from any flat side of this bomb would produce the exact same wound pattern. What's with him? Then show me proof. Where is this evidence that I hit the victim with the bomb? He's right. I don't have anything decisive. Did you find any of the victim's blood on the bomb? That would be a decisive proof. But too bad. The bomb is blown to bits. It's long gone. Boom! Game over. Yeah! Mr. Wright, is there really nothing on the bomb in the photo? Well. Look at what we have here. I don't see any blood or anything. Wait, the timer display is a little broken here. Maybe it broke when it made contact with a Detective Arm's head. That's definitely a distinct possibility. But unless we find a fragment with the victim's blood on it, it's not going to count. I guess you're right. By sending off the bomb, Athena managed to obliterate all traces of the murder weapon. What in the world do I do now? At times like this, I've got to change gears and look at things in a different way. Instead of looking for the things he wasn't able to hide, I should be looking for a way to expose the things he did hide. Tenate murdered Detective Arm before the trial started. Then he placed her body in the courtroom after the bomb went off, which means there was something he needed to keep hidden until then. And I think I have just the thing. Time to present the photo that shows exactly what Mr. Tenate had to hide. Well, and that is this little little doohickey here, the bomb transport case. With something so big, Tenate had to hide something, and I think you already know what that is. Think about it. A case this big can hide something, or in this case, someone. Let's present that. Take that! Oh, come on, seriously. Take that! Take that! Oh, I forgot. I was holding the microphone. Take that! Okay, so that was the reason. It's because I had my hand on the on the edge of the mic itself. That's why. So I have to go before it. So, Your Honor, please look at this. The fact that Mr. Tenate hit this makes it decisive evidence for my case. I'm not sure I really oh, I think I used the wrong evidence, didn't I? Yep, I did. Sorry, wrong one. Sorry, it is the right evidence. However, it's, which one is it? Where is it though? No, not this one. There we go, it was this one. Page 2, as you can see. Alright, so this is the one that I have to present. Let's hope it's the right one. Take that! Oops, sorry. Take that! Yeah, I'm gonna have a little problem trying to get this to work. Even when I do the you know, the fingerprints. Your Honor, please take a look at this. The fact that Mr. Tenate. Oh, come on, seriously? Is that this one? I could have sworn it was. There's gotta be something I'm missing here. I think I might have the wrong one. Let me see. Oh, it has to be this one. Sorry about that. Courtroom bombing scene. Your Honor, there's something we've all been overlooking. If the murder took place before the trial, then Mr. Tenate would have had to hide the body somewhere during the trial. Hey, you're right. And if we can figure out where that hiding place was, exactly, we might be able to find some evidence we can pin him down with. So, where could Mr. Tenate have hidden the body during the trial? Now we can present the bomb transport case. Wait, a box big enough for a body, a box that was in the courtroom the whole time, a box nobody would touch if they thought there was a bomb in it. Mr. Tenate, what is it? Do you finally have some decisive evidence to show me? No, you're the one who's going to show it to me. Come again? You heard me. Now, show me what's inside that bomb transport case. What? Why? No! There's no need. I've got him now. Just before the trial, you killed the victim with a blunt object, and then you placed her in the ruins of the courtroom after the bomb went off. Clearly, you were trying to make it look like she died in the explosion, but where was the body hidden during the trial? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. The answer is right here. Inside a box made of thick alloy plating that can withstand any impact. No, that's completely false. If it's false, you should have no objections to show us your transport case. So, let's open it up and take a look inside, shall we? Oh, wait a minute. Let's not. Not if you value your life. What's he up to now? Remain calm and listen carefully. This bomb will detonate in 5 minutes. What? Huh? I repeat, This HH-3000 will detonate in 5 minutes. What's going on? Your Honor, I recommend you adjourn this trial before this bomb goes off. Mr. Tenate, are you threatening me? I am the only one who can disable this bomb. If you do not want to die, your only option is to listen to me. But, Mr. Tenate, didn't you say that's just a trading model? A fake to practice on? I did, but I also lied. This is the real deal. This is the HH-3000. But the HH-3000 was used to blow up courtroom 4, wasn't it? How do you know it was the real HH-3000 that blew up courtroom number 4? Huh? The bomb that blew up the courtroom was a different one that I made. What? Then, are we to take that as a confession on your part? Take it any way you would like. Just before the trial, I took the HH-3000 out of the stuffed animal and put my own bomb into it. That was the bomb that exploded and destroyed courtroom number 4. Mr. Tenate, please be reasonable. Do you really expect us to believe a crazy story like that? The HH-3000, it is so unique. I had never seen anything like it. It is so unique that I could not replicate the detonation mechanism. So, I just had to have it. Besides, did anyone look inside the stuffed animal during the trial? Did anyone check to see if it really was the HH-3000 in there? I must confess, no one opened the stuffed animal to check. So there really is a possibility that the bomb was switched on? No, not a possibility. A certainty. Certainty. I did it. So he's had a real bomb with him this whole time? You had better get out of here while you can. You do not have much time. Order! Order in the court! I'm out of here! It's gonna blow! Run! You 4 are still here? Well, aren't you brave? It just wouldn't do for the judge presiding over this court to run. But that horrible explosion the other day. The judge looks like he's about to book it for the nearest exit any second. And Mr. Payne... that is... And he's off. Mr. Wright, what do we do? It'd be pretty pathetic to run now, wouldn't it? But the bomb might really go off. Only 3 more minutes, folks. Is that bomb really the HH-3000? What should I do? Stand my ground. I can't run away now. Well, it's been fun, but I will be going now. With my dear HH-3000, naturally. Oh, and by the way, I would advise against having me followed. Even with no remote switch, this bomb can still be triggered manually. If I think I'm being followed, I will detonate it on the spot. Farewell.
Hold it!
You're not going anywhere, Detonate. Oh. Your Honor, there's no reason to be afraid. That bomb is a fake. Are you sure, Mr. Wright? More of your famous bluffing. Even at the risk of your own life. Mr. Wright, none of your bluffing now. Not at a time like this. Lives are on the line here. I'm not bluffing, and I have proof. You do? Yes, of course, Your Honor. It's right here in the photo of the bomb, clear as day. Proof that Mr. Tenate's bomb is not the real HH-3000. Really? Out with it then, immediately. Where is the proof that Mr. Tenate is holding is not the real HH-3000? Well, remember that crack on the screen? The display for the timer on the bomb in the photo is broken. Most likely it broke when Mr. Tenate used the bomb to attack a detective arm. But the display on the bomb in front of us is not broken. Oh, you're right. Therefore, this is not the real HH-3000. Mr. Tenate was clearly lying when he said he switched out the bomb in the stuffed animal. The real HH-3000 blew up in courtroom number 4. The bomb is nothing more than a fake, a model used for training purposes. Fear not, Your Honor. I will examine the inside of the bomb transport case myself. Yes, please do that, Mr. Wright. No! Stop! What is that? Is that a bloodstain? Just as I suspected. Expected, sorry. Your lies have been blown to bits, Mr. Tenate. I'm confident DNA analysis on this bloodstain will confirm that it's Detective Arm's blood. And that those results will conclusively prove that you murdered Detective Arm. How about it, Mr. Tenate? Think you can dismantle this decisive evidence? Dismantle it? You're too late. You missed your chance to run, so now you're out of time. This HH-3000 is about to explode. Don't try to threaten us, Mr. Tenate. I've already proved that your bomb is a fake. It's real. This bomb is the real thing, I tell you. It's real. And he'll laugh as loud as he can. Mad bomber party of one. There's no time left. It's going to blow. I have to disarm it. I have to take it apart. I can dismantle anything. I can take apart evidence. I can take apart bombs. I can dismantle it all. Dismantle, 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 dismantle. And it keeps on going. I'm not going to make it. Only thing to do is... Stop! That must have hurt. Seriously. Made it. And he's out. Game over. Dismantled attempt failed. It's all over. My life has been blown to pieces. It's all that stupid woman's fault. I was selling the bombs I disarmed on the black market. When I tried to take this one, she just had to notice, didn't she? She confronted me in courtroom number 4 that day. That's why I had no choice. Before I knew what I was doing, I hit her. It's all her fault. While I was looking for a place to hide her body, she left a message in her own blood. The trial was about to start, so I didn't have time to clean it up. And now all this. I thought for sure I could disguise her death with an explosion. Then that stupid defense attorney started sticking his nose into my business. After my testimony yesterday, I went to courtroom number 4 and I found that kid all up in my bomb transport case. That's when I snuck up behind him and bam! And when the idiot police arrested that little girl, I thought for sure I could pin it all on her. Why? Oh, why? Ted to Nate, you are hereby under arrest. On a suspicion of the courtroom bombing and the assault on Mr. Justice. Your innocence or guilt will be determined at a later trial. As I said in the 4th game, the juris system was that one time that it was used, and that was in the 4th game. After this, it was never used again. Now then, I see that members of the public have returned to the gallery. One person, however, seems to still be running far, far away. Be that as it may, I will now announce excuse me. I will now announce Miss Juniper Woods' verdict. Not guilty. Oh my goodness, the frame rate is going down big time. Like I said, I apologize. I'll get this fixed. I guess I'll slim it down to the 30 frames per second. I'll do my best. Court is adjourned. Alright, so we're back at the good old defendant lobby. You did it, boss! Yeah, I guess we managed to pull it off somehow. So yeah, Ted Nate was selling dismantled bombs in the black market. However, a detective who was Candace Arm caught him in the act, and well, he did what he had to do in order for him from not getting caught, and that is to kill her. So there you go. Yeah, I guess we managed to pull it off somehow. So many mysteries cleared up all at once. It was amazing. It just sort of worked out that way, didn't it? That's not the kind of thing that usually just works out. You made it happen. And the way that mean old prosecutor hightailed it out of here, that was great. Mr. Wright, Dina, thank you for everything you did for me. I'm so happy for you, Junie. Now you can go back home to the forest in peace. I hope the both of you will come visit me there sometime. That would be nice. I thank you for the invitation. I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm not so sure you can make it all the way up to Junie's house. How high up do you live again, Junie? Around 3,000 feet, I think. What? That's no forest. That's a mountain. But, you know, boss, there's something that's still bothers me about the case. One little mystery we've never got around to solving. Oh, that. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Is this the unsolved mystery you're thinking of? And that, of course, is the missing remote switch. A remote switch, right? Yeah, I wonder where it disappeared to. Maybe Mr. Tanate just got rid of it somewhere. Yeah, it is a pretty big thing to leave unsolved, though. Well, let's leave it up to the police to find. For now, we should be celebrating our not guilty verdict. I guess you're right. Hey, I know. Junie, shall we go report the good news? You know, to that certain someone? Okay. Huh? Her grandmother? No, silly. To Apollo. Oh, right. Well, why don't we all go to the hospital together to see him? Great idea. I bet he's bored out of his mind. Okay. And so the courtroom bombing case came to a close. But the next trial was just over the horizon. There's never a dull moment with so many lawyers in the office. That's for sure. Let me switch here. Oops. There we go. Apollo, Justice Athena Cykes, and me, Phoenix Wright. What about Trucy? Between the three of us, there's no case we can't solve. When our powers combine, they bring out Captain Planet. No, I'm just kidding. We're an unstoppable team. At least, that's what I believed. But all of that changed with what Apollo said to us that day. It was something that would put my faith in us to the ultimate test. Alright, so we are back at the Wright Anything Agency. Cutscene time.
Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
Can you at least give me a reason why?
I can only say that this is something I must settle on my own.
Oh, why, Apollo? Why are you shutting us out?
What happened to you, Apollo? Ever since you put that jacket on, you've changed. And now, for whatever reason, all my mind keeps doing is returning to the day I first met you. We had tackled our first case together, he and I, this past spring. And as we did, I came to know who he is and how he thinks. It was a very peculiar case, one in which the victim was killed by a mythical creature. And that's it. So now so next time we meet, we go to episode 2, The Monstrous Turnabout. Oh boy. So yeah, a new episode has been added. Alright, let's go back to... There we go, we're gonna save the game. I think this was the touchscreen here. There we go, save the game. Booyah and booyah. Alright, so next time we meet, we go to episode 2. Basically, we're going to have a flashback case to how to basically their first case ever. Well, I want to call it basically how Athena and Apollo their first case together. So until then, everyone, take care and God bless. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and share with all your family and friends. If you're enjoying my content, consider subscribing to the channel. And don't forget to click that bell to receive notifications for new videos. Take care, and God bless.